10 a.m. road closure. So the road closure is in effect, and this is a view from the road block. Not quite where I was yesterday, a little bit closer. I'm gonna tilt down a little bit, just a minute. Okay, and then I tilt up from here. Not sure what they're going to do today, but this is just the very beginning of the road closure. They had disconnected, you could see there the big SpaceX crane from the top of the Starship 24. So that was done this morning. I got some video before I left there, and I will upload that 4K imagery of them disconnecting the Starship from the crane, the straps. And the Starship is also hooked up to the fuel lines. The quick disconnect for the fuel is the fuel lines are connected on the pad B area. Earlier this morning, someone mentioned that the pad B is for static fires and also for cryo tests. So maybe we'll see a cryo test or something else happen there with the Starship. I'm not sure what's going to be happening, but I did chat with a few people and also thought about some things myself, and it seems like there is a bunch of gravel over there, which would be maybe too close to the Starship for them to do a static fire. I'm not sure if the gravel would be propelled, if they would have any concerns about that, but they did bring in methane last night to the launch site area, and even I think this morning I saw a few methane tankers. I saw a liquid oxygen tanker at the orbital tank farm as well. So it's just speculation now from my side about what's going to be potential. Maybe we will see some type of more testing on the booster, or maybe they'll do several things. Just the very start of the day here. Some people are across the road here on kind of near the water, and they get some shots from over there. So I didn't know we were allowed to do that, but that's some good stuff. About 200 feet behind this truck, there is another vehicle, a couple of people. Looks like some type of truck coming down the road toward us. Can't make out what it is. Getting out my microphone. Just a minute. I'll get outside and get this shot as it passes by. Plugging the mic here. Say it's good. I'll pick it. There's a chance that they'll pass right where I am, come down this road here. We'll see. I think so. Very sketchy. Okay, let me place this back on the tripod here. I don't know if that unit, what, or whether it's just the, I believe it's just the signal in the area is pretty poor over here by the communication tower. That's why I believe we kept losing the signal. But let me know if we still have a visual. Hopefully you can still see what I see. Let me know, because I've had to reconnect several times here. Yeah. I'm gonna reposition the tripod a little bit. Okay, back to good to go. This area here by the build site is very sketchy on signal. I believe it's why a lot of photographers don't film from this spot here. But I have a view right now of the launch site once again. Let me know if this is a good view, if you got a picture, and if you can hear my voice 5x5, or you know, see if you got everything working, if I got it right. Going to plug the power back in here. Just a minute. Plug the power back in. All right. Sit up again here. Whew. This is just a test, Pepe. I'm not sure what they're testing, but definitely no flight is happening today. Some type of testing. Yeah, anytime. I don't know if you've seen it also there. I got some very quick footage of the robots for the first time after over a year of not seeing any robots down there. I did see they had a robot out there. I'm not sure if you've seen that, but it was very nice to see in person. Very nice to finally see, and I uploaded that in 4K to the channel here as well. I wanted to see that robot or a robot down there for a while. And, There's a man across the road, and he's setting up the drone to be to fly over and check everything out. So the drone is getting ready to be sent up right now. He just got all the stuff out of the truck, and he's setting up the drone area so that he can launch it. Where I can get that shot. Whoop. Kind of a there he is. Hard to see with the glare of the sun. There you see him. I see him too. He's setting up the drone right over there. Okay. I got this up maybe a little bit more than I did, but yep. Here we go. Okay. There's another way to do that where I just flip the screen, but I just went with the way I did it. So. I'm going to try that feature. I'm just going to press flip screen and see what happens. All right, that worked. Let me see if I can zoom in quickly on that, kind of where he was. See if this zoom allows me to. It does. Okay, so next time I'll do it that way. So from this way, he is right behind this spot here, underneath the tent over there. So can't really get a great shot right now. You can see him right over there. Yeah, just on the far side over there, setting up the stuff on the floor. Let's see if I can zoom in. I think I gotta clean the camera. All right, get back to here. Yep, another guy showed up with some more parts and stuff. Good stuff. All right. All right, the drone just launched. Pretty windy. It's getting a little bit windy, so the drone is kind of rocking back and forth in the air. Yeah, it's still making it though. Weather conditions here, mostly cloudy, temperature 89 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius. The winds from the south-southeast at 15 miles an hour, 24 kilometers, and the current humidity is 67%. So not as humid as it normally is. Still kind of early in the day maybe, but we have pretty strong winds, 15 miles an hour. Or how many kilometers is that again? This is 24 kilometers, 32 degrees Celsius, 89 degrees Fahrenheit. 24 kilometers. The drone's still making it though. It's kind of going into the wind so well, and it's making it so. Thanks, Martin. It is now probably over by the launch site, but it was just launched from behind the truck here. It's a SpaceX drone. They launch it from the restaurants just across the street here. Yeah. Hello, RS from Berlin. So Chris Kringle, thanks. Some other YouTubers will take the list of people who have been members and put like a list of their names into some of the YouTube videos. Wonder how do you feel about me possibly doing that, and maybe some of the Patreon names as well, putting them into the end of a YouTube video or something like that. Or would you rather remain anonymous? I can do them all, or I can just do some, or I can do none. Just if people like that, I could do something like that too, as a thank you. So far, I've been just giving people their privacy, but I could do something like that. Yeah. So the sheriff is talking to the drone person, and he's saying there's some people out along the left side of this grassy area, about 100 or so. There are some people out there. So the sheriff is going to go um, ask them to move back to this area here. So there are some people that the drone guy had found, and they're going to bring them back this way. So. Okay, Pepe, you're saying it'd be good to do that, the Patreons and any members, etc. Cool, good. All right. Well, if there's any other feedback on that, let me know from people here. I'd be happy to do that. That'd be great to do. Yeah. Cool, Chris Kringle. The other screen is focus on the booster. Good stuff. Good stuff. I know Lab Padre is out there. I believe NSF has some cameras out there as well. I'm not sure about what about it, if they're out there this morning, but yeah, good stuff. We're all contributing to in one way or another, so good stuff. Yeah, the other one runs 24/7. That's good stuff. If the way that works is if someone there's a hoop cam there too. If you are able to leave your vehicle there and put a note on the side of it saying how they can contact you if anything needs to be moved or something, then I've done that in the past too. But I only have the one truck right now, so if I had a second vehicle, I could do that. Some people put together something like a basketball hoop over there, and very good idea, and probably is not expensive. And we were surprised that it didn't, that it was allowed to stay there. So that is another option, just to put another sturdy thing out there, like a basketball hoop with a bunch of cinder blocks on the back and some cameras at the top with the solar panel. That's basically what they did. So really good idea. with that setup, the hoop cam thing, I haven't seen how they're transmitting the signal, how they're doing it live. Be interested in knowing that, whether maybe they have an Arduino up there, or maybe they have a Raspberry Pi or something. Some way of transmitting that signal to, unless they got somehow got the password to the SpaceX Wi-Fi. Yeah, Sir Chris Kringle. It's like a big basketball hoop kind of thing, without the basketball hoop, but it has a backboard and it does have a solar panel, as far as I recall. Kind of like a big basketball hoop. Okay, so the Nightbot reminds me the purpose of Ocean Cam is to video the liquid oceans on every moon, planet, asteroid in the solar system, and to harvest the water to sustain human life in space. Take that surface level and subsurface level video imagery to change the story of humanity, because we've never gotten that video imagery from the surface of any moon or planet in our solar system. Liquid oceans. There's a group here on YouTube called Explore Scientific. Explore Scientific. And they do, pretty often, regularly, they do live streams where they're having different PhDs on, scientists chatting about their findings. And pretty interesting group. You might check them out. I think it's also explore.org. But they may, on YouTube, their handle might be Explore Scientific. Some of their videos have like 2 people watching. So I have been a contributor as far as the chat on those occasionally. I put a lot of these different Nightbot chat things on like a 50 to a 1 hour cycle. So we're getting toward that 1 hour point where some of these Nightbot um, statements are coming out. Before that, it was every 15 minutes, so I pushed it back a ways. Last night, a gentleman named Sofa King Funny shared a picture that SpaceX had taken and posted onto Twitter, and it had a photo of the top of the booster with the Starship coming down toward the gate, and next to the Starship was this truck I was in, the Ocean Cam. I wasn't in the truck, but the truck was there. I was a little bit, a couple yards away, maybe 15-20 feet away, to the right. So pretty epic shot that SpaceX got of the booster, the Starship, and the whole site, but also the Ocean Cam truck was there to the right. It's pretty awesome. It's true, Dave. I don't know if you're referring to what I just said or not, but it is true. The white vehicle to the right of the Starship with the black truck liner parked at the main gate, just outside the main gate there. That's I think it was yesterday that that happened, or the day before. It was the day before, so 2 days ago. SpaceX, I think, posted it yesterday on Twitter, and then Sofa King Funny saw it and sent me a copy of it. So, and I reposted a clip of it to the here on YouTube in the community chat area. So that picture is here on YouTube to be seen. I've timed out Dave. If you'd like to contribute, contribute. But if you're just gonna be difficult, then I'll just have to hide you from the channel. get my water out the back of the truck here. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, sorry for the noise here. Hi, Wildlang. Pretty quiet so far. Tom Tech, member for 12 months. Black Knight Satellite. Thank you, Tom. Congrats. 12 months, man. It's amazing. So I put out the word earlier in this live stream that I could add some of the memberships stuff to the YouTube videos and things. I could give a thank you to people who've been members and are members at the end of videos, or even elsewhere in videos. So let me know if any of you are for or against that. And you know, I just wanted to get the feedback. Some vapors, huh? Let me see. See where we see some vapors here. Over at the tank farm. Thank you for the support, Tom. Friendship too, the friendship, but the support definitely. Congrats. All right, the drone is going up a second time. The police, I guess, have gotten these people to move, and the police don't seem to be running around anymore, but the drone is going back to check stuff out. I believe just now it launched. Thanks, Tom. Yeah. Thanks to you, Paul. You are the support. I can't do your thing, and you are awesome and natural. This is perfect. Awesome. Good stuff. Right on. I renewed or I restarted the uh, remote camera uh, uplink connection yesterday, and they're sending me a SIM card to put in the new into the modem that I've used in the past. So that's going to be re-enabling the Nikon live stream capability. So that's going to be, I'm going to have a lot better close-up capability again, just like I did. Yeah, cool. Okay, I always like when you chat like this makes the community, like a community feeling, and a bunch of friendly tech guys. Yeah, I like that too. Yeah, I like a group of people helping each other out and hanging out, kind of thing. Yeah. Moving things forward, moving forward. Yeah. Good stuff. I like that. Have I thought of streaming the gate with the rover cam? Streaming the gate. I've wanted to do a truck cam at the gate over there. Just when I've done it in the past, I've left the truck there and then walked back to this roadblock here. Mr. Jan on crypto, how you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What I could do in the future would be to put the laptop here in the truck and have some type of contraption to hold the camera, and because I need to be able to reconnect to the internet if the signal gets lost. So when I'm reconnecting to the remote camera where it has been in the past, that's good because I have a laptop at that situation. When I've done the truck cam before, I've used my phone as a camera, and it does lose a signal, and I'm not able to log back into the phone through a remote to access software program because the iPhone doesn't allow the program I was using to doesn't allow you to access the iPhone remotely. So I would have to put the laptop in the truck and then have all the other equipment on the truck and kind of make the truck the priority for the camera, and that's something I could do, but I've been holding off for the static fire and other things where the truck will not be able to be there at the main gate, and any launches and everything will have to be from the remote camera site. So if I had another bunch of equipment, I could set up both simultaneously, but for right now I just have the one set of solar panels and batteries and things like that. So, servos for the camera to tilt up and down, you know. Okay, Sir Chris Kringle says there's something happening at the booster. Okay, good stuff. I'll keep my eyes over there. Maybe I can figure something out there. Tom Tech says you can make a bridge with the Wi-Fi with Ubiquity product named NanoBeam is for this use. Okay, so we're at 84 minutes into the stream. Okay, I might be able to write that down with a pen and paper. Get a pen and paper. Let's see. Ubiquity product. You make a bridge with the Wi-Fi with a Ubiquity. That sounds pretty awesome. Okay. I'll look into it for sure. See if I get that pen. Good for 15-kilometer range if line of sight, 150 megabytes in the cheapest mode of Ubiquity product. Cool. I've met some of the other photographers here recently, and they have been testing some dishes that they're beaming back, potentially for the future, to beam back some signals to 5 to 8 miles away, with located in Port Isabel, north of here. And NSF also uses some small dishes to beam back and forth, and maybe I know they have they have a streaming thing that I used to have, but they also have these dishes as well, so maybe they're using something like that. Oh, awesome. So you have a bunch of experience with it. Tom says he's used it by personal choice. Good stuff. Well, that sounds like really good information there. So if I had a really good signal over at the remote camera to a satellite or something like that, or some telephones, then I could also transmit back and forth just from that, however far it is, within a mile range. I could easily transmit to other locations and have that internet capability as well. Really neat. Really neat. If anyone else looks into it during this live stream, drop a message or something to what you think about it in the chat, or in an email to me or something like that. If anyone else has any looks into it or anything like that, be interested in seeing what's out there. Yeah. do some research later on that and see how I could get it going. There's some vehicles are leaving the launch site area. Maybe there are people that were SpaceX people who were setting things up. So yeah, the launch pad truck just came through the roadblock here. So there is some venting right there next to the right of the Starship there. We can see some venting. So Sir Chris Kringle says they're focused on the booster. I guess some other cameras are focusing right now on the booster, or maybe SpaceX is focusing on the booster. Okay, Tom says, TomTech says LBE-5AC-Gen 2 at each point by example and solid stable connection. Okay, LBE-5AC Gen 2. Thanks, Tom. Piper's all has been here in the chat in the past, and she says her husband worked with antennas for over 30 years, and I was checking, see if he knew of anything, and maybe if you, TomTech, or somebody else might know if there's any antenna that can work for underwater. I don't know if this system you just mentioned would be underwater as well capable, but if we had like a submarine and we wanted to transmit even here off the coast, could we use this system, or do you know of any antenna that could work under the ocean? Because longer term, I know there are other companies that have working systems for underwater communication, but on a moon or like Enceladus or another planet, if we had a submarine, would we need a cable, or is there some type of antenna that you know of that we could transmit from under the ice, in the salty, if it is salty ocean? I believe it is salty. They've analyzed the characteristics of the ocean on Enceladus, but could we transmit from under the ice? With what type of antenna or communication could we do that to the surface, and or directly into orbit, or to a deep space network? Because I've heard a high gain antenna can replace the need for having an orbiter around the moon. So if you have a strong enough antenna, like a high gain antenna, then you could transmit directly to, and it's called, I think, the deep space network. So I'm looking to learn more about that information. So, Tom Tech says underwater can use a dome laser, but maybe can use ultra low frequency and transmit data. Sonic communication underwater is possible. You think sonic communication underwater is possible, and maybe a dome laser, but maybe can use ultra low frequency and transmit the data. ULF. Arduino Raspberry Pi is the key. That's funny. That's right. Good stuff. These are all great leads. There is a satellite communication company, I believe it's, what is it? Maxar? Either Maxar or Mynaric. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's Mynaric. They do satellite communication in space with lasers, and they can do like 100 gigabytes per second. It's probably pretty costly, and I'm not sure they can put it underwater, but this one you just mentioned, MAXAR, but I think it's called Mynaric, MYNARIC, Mynaric. Okay, so there's some venting to the left of the base of the tower as well. So we got two areas of venting. Zoom in on the base. I'll give it a shot. This is kind of the best I can do with zoom, but I can also get out the other camera and take a shot at that LCD screen with it being zoomed in. That is the best it looks like, but I'll get out the other camera and see if we can look into that LCD screen from here as well. Let me see if I can get that lined up. I don't have the other tripod inside the truck here to be able to do that, but I could if I wanted to. I'm going to try and just hold the other camera and get that shot. It's going to be a little bit of a coordination, but I might be able to do it. Let me see. I can also take a photo. There's not much to see over there by the base of the tower. I just looked. I'll show the photos. Let me zoom out and then I'll show some photos here. See if we can do this. Let me just a minute. So that was one of the photos. This one I couldn't really see much over there at the base of the tower. Just a bunch of vapor. So I'll see if I can get some better shots with the Nikon, but for now I'm not really seeing much. Just kind of a good shot we got here right now. A lot of stuff going on at the tank farm, huh? Yeah, they've been doing a lot of big venting over there this morning and recently, in the last couple days. It's fun to watch and be near there when that's, I've gotten some good 4K imagery of that last couple days. I think I might need to clean my lens here. Yeah, I gotta clean the lens. Okay. Let's see. Alright, there are several vehicles coming away from the launch site there, so two of them just came past the roadblock here, and I see another two coming up the road toward us, so there they are. Hey, Stargazer girl. 79. Hey, Stargazer girl, have you settled anywhere, or are you still kind of moving around? Stargazer girl says, 79. I'm super excited. I got my finances worked out. Have a realtor checking on properties for me, and I should actually be down there within the next few weeks. I can't miss this freaking launch. There's an area that I've been looking at just to the east and to the north of, say, just north of Boca Chica village. Along the coast there's property there, just vacant land, for about $13,000, $12,000, depending on how big of a lot you want. You got to be careful though when you don't want to get the land that's in the ocean. So if you look at a map, it'll show some areas that are apparently on the coast, but then if you look at another version of the map, it shows that it's in the ocean. So about half of the land that they show just north of Boca Chica village is actually in the ocean, but then there is there's a second sandbar, and that's where the actual beach is. But so you would have to be careful about that. So. Cool, very cool, Stargazer girl. Wow. So there's a vehicle heading down to the launch site right now, so I don't know what that's about. And another vehicle coming back from the launch site right now. So. Still safe enough to be driving back and forth. Cool thing, sure thing, Stargazer girl. I'm not sure if it's warmer than yesterday. I'm in a vehicle today, so the wind is being blocked by the truck that I'm sitting in. A truck. It's still windy. Maybe not as windy, or maybe it is. But I'm in a different spot, much closer to the, about a half a mile closer than I was yesterday. So yesterday when I was trying to park here, the sheriffs had us vacate the area, so I went to that other spot. But today they haven't said anything, so I'm still here. So. Hey, golf courses are nice if you want to, if you can do a golf course, that'd be kind of cool. Cool. A lot of vehicles coming from the launch site right now. The drone is overhead as well. I'll upload video if I get some with the Nikon later tonight or this afternoon. We'll see what happens here, and I will take video if stuff happens in high quality imagery. well, you you put a bid on something, huh? And you'll hear back tomorrow, huh? Stargazer girl, nice. Robert, back at you, man. Stargazer girl, no, asked if there's been any updates as to recovering the Starship 24 after it launches. It does have a logo on it now, S24, and the SpaceX symbol. And it does have some antennas on it, which may or may not be for the Starlink. It has like these, I believe it's 6 antennas near the Starship 24 logo. So I don't know what that's for. Maybe it's for the Starlink, but no, it's planned to land in the ocean, I believe, around the island of Kauai. I've been told here in the chat other days that both the booster and the Starship eventually are planned to be caught with the chopsticks here. So that is, I believe that's the future goal plan. Yeah. They also have the oil platform that they're modifying, the Deimos and the other one, Phobos and Deimos, 2 oil platforms that they're making into a launch, maybe a launch and a landing pad. I'm not sure if they're going to launch off of them, but definitely I think landing is in the cards for that, but also launching I think is possible also off that oil rig. Maybe someone else knows whether they have any plans to launch off of the Deimos and Phobos oil rigs. I can imagine landing, but launching, I always thought launching too, but that's a little bit more complicated if they were to launch off of it. would they want to, or have to, would they have to build a tower on the oil rig? Okay, Robert says maybe someone else has more information about the booster from today's launch. SpaceX team lost it for a few seconds. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I gotta go watch that footage. Thanks, Robert. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks, Robert. Okay, the telemetry on the video was confused too, huh? Wow. Wow. The speed was 85, altitude was 0, huh? Wow. Yeah. Interesting. I think sometimes those were like approximated or something. Not the actual, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, it should be a lot faster, and the altitude, of course. Yeah, interesting. they had the robot out this morning, so when everybody clears out of the area, maybe they use the robot more often, you know. Oh, the confirmation. Robert says for sure estimated, but they lost the signal also, and the confirmation for landing was delayed. Wow, that's intense. Wow. Where did that launch happen out of, and where did the landing happen? Out of Florida, most likely, and then the landing happened off the coast on one of the ships. Maybe like I Still Love You or one of those landing ships. Drone ship. There we go. Okay. Wonder if Mr. JN on crypto is here. No worries, Robert. Cool. Okay, the drone is coming back right now. Barely making it. It was going back and forth in the wind. All right, let me just keep it here. Couldn't really get a good shot of the drone. Yeah, just a lot of mist, Sir Chris. Venting, yep. Venting too. See what time it is. 12:35 p.m. So they maybe just got back to lunch, after lunch. They just finished their lunch break possibly, and maybe we'll see some activity. Or more so. I forgot to see that that was somewhat the lunch break. I don't know if they take a lunch break when they do this type of testing, but yeah, that was lunch should be over if it was. You think maybe they're testing the tank farm, huh? I got you, Sir Chris. Okay. That could make sense, because if they're not ready to do a static fire because there's too much gravel there, and if they're not ready to do maybe not ready to do a crowd test, and I'm not sure what kind of testing they need to do for the tank farm, but you know, I could see that happening versus almost anything else. There are road closures next week too. I believe it's, not sure if it's Monday or Tuesday, but it's starting either Monday or Tuesday. Then, all right, the venting has stopped from that tank farm just to the right of the Starship, or maybe it's just blowing in a different direction. But the venting that was coming out just to the right of the Starship appears to either be moving in a different direction or has stopped because I see something behind it. Not that same spot. Okay, Circus Crew, good. You've watched almost all the crowd tests so far. Good stuff, good stuff. And you think this one is just a testing of the tank farm, huh? Well, if it's just going to be a tank farm testing, I probably won't stay here all day, but I'm going to be here a little while longer just to confirm or to see if that matches up. You know. Maybe even up to another 1 or 2 hours. So we'll see what's going on. Give it some time. Okay, yeah, if they did crowd the booster, that would be cool. Yep, that would be. Okay. So it could be a tank farm test or a booster test. What you're thinking? Cool. This morning, they were also working on the concrete around the water deluge system on the ground for like collecting that uh, water as it's after it's been sprayed. So um, interesting stuff. Some type of big burst of venting there too. Back again from like it was before, next to the Starship. I'm gonna see if I can lock the focus on something back there. No, I can't focus it. Okay. Fireplace from India. Interesting. Howdy. Kind of getting some gusts of wind right now too. Seeing a lot more venting from the base of the tower there. Yeah, we're getting some venting from the base of the tower. Significant amount. Take some shots with the other camera. I'm gonna go take some photos outside. I'll be back. Okay. Sorry. So far, not much else to see, but I'm gonna keep checking it out. I got some video of just some closer ups of the venting. There's some venting from the booster at the bottom as well. Yeah. Good stuff. Just wait and see. That's my plan. The drone is going back toward the launch site once more. See what's going on. I don't know if you can see it. It's coming into the photo just right up. There it is. The drone's at the top there, heading on its way to the launch site. I've got to give you the congrats for hanging in there at this time. You know, it's not much happening, but still checking it out. So, you know, fellow traveler here, travelers. Cool, Robert. Good. I don't speak Russian, Petra. Okay, how's it with the van? A little bit of moving is good for me. Better let us see something else in between. I got you, Robert. Thanks for the suggestion there, Robert. See what time it is. It's 1:12. I think I'll do another hour probably, and then make a decision about what's going on. It's kind of like a meditation. My sense is like 2 hours, so another hour. To the pad? What do you mean, Sir Chris Kingle? The plumbing to the pad, I gotcha. So far, it looks like they're testing the plumbing. I gotcha. Plumbing to the pad. Interesting. Only question about it is, haven't they already done this before in the past? They have, they've done a crowd test on the booster, not this booster, but another booster in the past. So haven't they maybe already done the plumbing? Maybe they made modifications, I don't know, but no. Again, no frost on the booster yet. Good stuff. They were working on the base last night, huh? Up to the tower. Good stuff. Oh, the pad, base of the pad. There we go. Yeah, I did see that as well. But that's where all the Raptors for the booster are, up under that orbital launch platform. All right. Yeah, so I guess if they have, we got the booster up there, and if they've been tweaking all the different plumbing on the Raptors, then I could see that being something they'd want to test out, the venting through the piping and everything. That could make sense. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Go right on. Go. What's that, Sir Chris Kringle? Yeah, the water system. I haven't seen that either. Yep. I haven't seen them test that. No. I would imagine they're going to wait until the concrete solidifies the catch basin that they just were building this morning. Could be, huh? Yeah. If I ever get like a second phone line with a second, smaller, cheaper phone, you could text me on that line, and then I could call people one after another, and we could chat about different things, on the live stream through the phone. That's I think a good option. That way I would be able to cut down on the spam, you know, of yeah, they need to reclaim the water. That's right, correct, yeah. Especially since it's so uh, scarce over here, since there's no city or county water being piped in. Yeah, they got to truck it all in, so they can save it. Then it makes a lot of sense. Hey, Sir Chris Kringle. Yeah, if I had a Discord, we could chat. Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, it is pretty amazing, huh? Good stuff. Okay, the drone just got back from the launch site. Quite a bit of venting over there. Yeah, it's Robert. Go ahead. Some days I stand all day, and then today I'm lucky to be able to sit down for a few hours. It's good to be sitting down is one of the thoughts I had. I think yesterday or the day before I was standing up for 8-9 hours. So, and I remember wishing that I could sit down. So got some luck right now. Yeah, setting is a must, right? Yep. All right, so Robert asks, Robert MP, what is the goal of all this? I understand your efforts. Uh, so, explain a little bit more the question. I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking. What do you mean by all of this? On the oceancam.space website, oceancam, OCEANCAM.space. Okay. So Robert says, you stay there and film, and of course we enjoy everything. Good stuff. There's a website called oceancam.space, and also in the description here, I think there's a link to the website. And on that, I have a mission page. If you go to the nav bar, you can scroll down to the About section and maybe click on Mission or Vision. What we're looking at here with SpaceX is the commercial entry into space, and so I'm building the connections here. I'm getting the capability. The name of the channel is Ocean Camera Space Corp. So anything I do with a camera increases my skill as far as taking video imagery and learning and working with the video imagery. I like SpaceX. I like what they're doing. So it's cool to take cool, Robert. It's cool to take video of what's going on here. It's kind of I remember a while back the whole the X Prize was a big thing 20 or so years ago, and I used to watch that from a distance, and what was going to come of that with the Richard Branson, and it turned out SpaceX had I think the winning ticket for achieving a certain thing at a certain time. I mean, maybe it was the Branson. I don't remember who actually won it, but I think it was maybe it was SpaceX. And there were several projects. So here is kind of like a childhood dream of watching some of the space stuff that I was interested in when I was a younger kid. And that was before the age of 19. I was interested in NASA, science, asteroids, and all kind of stuff like that. And kind of the hidden side of things. I would go to I remember going to the library at my high school and looking through some of the NASA books on some of the meteorites and things like that. And even when I was younger, I was interested in the asteroids, and I had like science books when I was a kid. So when I turned 19, I had a sleep paralysis experience, and that led me to meditation, where you're awake when you're asleep, when your body's asleep but your mind's awake. And then I learned to go out of body and do stuff like that. The drone is going back toward the launch site. So I have a few different goals of what I'm doing right now. I'm going to see if I can get that drone. One is to provide an inspiring future for people like me who are younger, who are looking for something that they can get inspired by and have hope for the future. So this whole ocean camera mission is about like an inspiring future kind of thing, because the goal of Ocean Cam, as I've written even here in the YouTube description, is about taking video just like I'm doing now, but on different moons in the solar system, and not just on the surface of the moons, but of the oceans on these different moons. And there's many moons in the solar system. There's over 200, and there's been confirmation. And one of the people I chatted with last year was a Dr. Caitlin Ahrens, and she's like a ocean in the solar system specialist, as well as a um, she knows a bunch of stuff about the solar system. So she works at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, and she said that most moons in the solar system have confirmed water. And then NASA last year put out a website with oceans in the solar system kind of thing. So I got inspired about taking video of the oceans on the moons in the solar system, not only of water but of other liquids. And so it turns out that a lot of the surface of the different moons in the solar system is ice. So underneath the ice again is the ocean, the liquid ocean. On several moons there's confirmed ocean, like the whole moon is an ocean underneath the ice. So, and then it's just it's a bunch of different things that are very interesting to learn more about, like what kind of ice is it? Is it water ice, or is it some type of helium ice, or is it some harder than granite ice? You know, these different ices have not all ice is the same, is what I've learned or heard. And so it's a very difficult thing. And if you go back to the meditation thing, meditation requires a lot of focus, concentration, and time. And so the same type of thing is what we're doing here with the SpaceX and many of the space missions. To accomplish those things, you need to collaborate. You have to work with other people, and then you have to have patience, focus, and time. And so this is another application for that meditation, you know. So no space agency as of yet in the public sector has taken any surface level video imagery or subsurface level under the ice video imagery of oceans on any other moon or planet in our solar system. So we've done it from orbit, and we've done it with spectrometers, and we've done it in other visibilities other than the visible spectrum. So I don't know if it's intentional or they just haven't prioritized the taking of the video imagery in the visible spectrum from the surface and from below the surface. And so that's what I'm helping. That's my goal. That's my identified goal, to help that mission get accomplished, of prioritizing having a visible spectrum camera, putting it on these moons, or at least one moon. The goal is all the moons and all the planets and asteroids, anywhere there's an ocean in our solar system, to accomplish that. That's the wider goal. It is limited to the solar system, but that's the goal. And on top of that, not only to take the video imagery, but to broadcast it back to the Earth, you know, so we can see it either in real time or in a recorded video, but also to harvest the waters to make it financially successful, and so that it can be repeated. And the water that we extract or we pump into some container, either on the surface of one of these moons, or after we pump it in, or maybe we can I don't know how else we can do it, whether it's in the form of ice or just in a liquid form, or maybe it's initially a liquid and then it becomes an ice inside the container, because space, I think it's cold, and there are different people who make structures that can house that ice, and it will be a readily available source of water. Maybe we'll have to filter it or something else, or and so that'll be something guaranteed for somebody who wants to do a mission to some location in the solar system, and they're maybe thinking of colonizing, or maybe doing some type of chemical process or electrolysis to produce fuel, or maybe to grow crops. If we can guarantee that there is some type of source of water in a container somewhere, then that might be more proactive for some type of future mission to that destination. And it'll be a lot cheaper than getting it from the Earth, because that's gonna, not only you're gonna have to get that water up into low Earth orbit, but you're gonna have to get it into out beyond the moon and into wherever you're going to want to send the water. So if we can get the water from the destination where we want to go, and we don't have to ship it there. So, but so let me check out the chat here. We see what you're saying. You're saying so Prisma changed the angle of light is also happening in the water. You tried this before. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I know what a diffraction grating is, and I know what a prism is. PRISM. It's like a little pyramid that'll separate the light into different frequencies. Different people are focused on, okay, what would I want a prism for? I guess maybe just to see what spectrum is coming out of the water. I'm not sure what the benefit of using that would be. Elon has mentioned at least once on video that it would be cool to take maybe a mini submarine and put it on in the ocean on Europa. And there was another lady recently who mentioned Enceladus and Europa with mini submarines. So, Robert, I don't want to change anything. If as the ocean water is extracted or pumped into a container, we were gonna want to filter the water, whether that's reverse osmosis or some other type of ocean water filtration, because likely there's salt on these different moons. I think there's confirmed salt water oceans at least on Enceladus, and there's several other moons where there's large quantities, like Ganymede has over 10 times more water than the Earth has. So there's different moons that we have confirmed oceans of like large quantities of water on these moons. And Ganymede has more than, as I recall, Ganymede has over 10 times more water than the Earth, and it's a small moon, So, and again, it's going to have likely some type of icy surface, and then so. When looking at the different moons that could be good candidates, not only is it important to look at what I've understood is the trajectory there, how long it'll take to get a craft there. Some places in the solar system are easier to get to than others, and the different costs for the trajectory. And then as somebody in the past has told me, it's not only since sometimes a lot of these moons don't have atmospheres apparently, so it's maybe more difficult to slow down when there's no atmosphere. And then, so if there's no atmosphere, then and if the gravity is really low, then one of the benefits of, the drawbacks is you're gonna have to slow down and get to the moon. The benefit is that once your craft is full of water or on the moon, then you can easily get off the moon because there's no gravity and it's no atmosphere. So it'll be easy to get off. It'll be hard to slow down and get onto. So one of those type of things. Or maybe you just leave the water in the container on the moon surface, somehow attached to the surface. Yeah, I got you. So if you actually reach the goal, you can change something. Yes. Okay. So if the thing behind that is so far in the public sector, we haven't seen any surface level video imagery of oceans or water from the surface or from underneath the surface. So if we get that, once we get that video imagery, whoever gets it, it's going to change the course of humanity, because I believe it's going to inspire so many people. Just like the finding of the first few planets outside our solar system was kind of a hit and miss, and then they started finding more, and they developed technology and software to to look for the wobbles around different stars and the changes in the light, and then they were able to so they found a lot of planets out there outside of our solar system, outside of our galaxy. I think they found planets outside of our galaxy, but definitely outside our solar system we found many planets. So, and that was based on just finding the first few. So as we find the first few areas and we take that video imagery of the oceans and of the water on these different, not just like a little trickle on a hill, but large quantities of water, then we'll get better and more inspired and enthusiastic about finding other areas where there is water, and not only finding them but actually showing them to the public. So I personally don't believe that we haven't. I personally believe we've already taken all the imagery there is of many different locations in our solar system of the water and underneath the water and stuff like that. So, and I believe we have much faster ships in the defense sector than we do in the public sector, and that we can travel much faster between not only planets in our solar system, but also outside of our solar system and our galaxy, probably. So, but that's in the defense sector or in the top secret, unacknowledged special access projects. But as far as the public sector, I'm here to, in an open way, in collaboration and in dialogue with all the different entities and parties involved around the globe and off the planet as well, to help us go to that level in the public domain in a free and in a collaborative manner, so that we're not so everybody's happy. Not trying to step on any toes, but I am trying to help bring that imagery of water and oceans and change the story. Oh, so here's what it is: to change the history, to change the perspective of water in the solar system. Because so far we only see water on the Earth, and it's hypothetical as far as visual is concerned. We've had data, spectrometry, and orbital views from orbit, but all that can be modified and changed and edited and refuted and debated. So looking to get rid of the debate and the skepticism and the ability to minimize, and just to get the concrete imagery and to go from there. After the imagery is gotten, that'll inspire a lot. It'll change the storybooks about the other planets, and it'll give the kids and the younger people, even the older people too, but mostly the younger people, something to build out and to expand on. A lot of people are more focused on finding life in the universe or water than actually just getting out there and getting the imagery and taking video of the oceans and of the water. Yeah, so much is changing. We benefit each other in a lot of ways, and I agree with you. Yeah. In my opinion, I've done meditation in the past very intensely for 5 years, and I've been out of body, and in my opinion, in my belief, I've met other non-human intelligences, beings out there. So in my worldview, I've also experienced things which encompass the whole solar system, the whole galaxy, and the whole universe in an intelligent way. So my opinion is that everywhere there's energy, there's life, because in my opinion, in my view, where there's awareness, anywhere there's awareness, anywhere there's energy, there's awareness, and awareness is alive. And so for me, everything you would be hard pressed to find anything in the universe, or the galaxy, or the solar system, or which isn't alive, because it has energy. And in my opinion, anywhere there's energy, there's awareness, and awareness is living. So, in my viewpoint, but nothing in the universe is not alive. So everything has awareness. So I think it's a distraction from my viewpoint to look for life in water. I mean, it's okay if you see something moving around in the ocean or the water, but I'm approaching the water, the visual imagery from the perspective of a survivalistic and a here and now capability of creating fuel, maybe creating concrete with that liquid, and growing crops, and being able to, for us to go over there and to live and replicate somewhat what we're doing over here on the earth. So me personally, I'm not looking for life, because I've already, again, out of body, I've met other beings and stuff like that, and my personal belief and experience is that everything in the universe is connected, because it's one awareness, and it's everything's alive. So I'm here to promote. People can believe whatever they want to believe. That's fine for me. And if people want to feel that it's really special if we find something moving in the water, I mean, it'll be special for me too. But so I'm here to just to promote the straight out mission of filming and storing, extracting the liquid, making it usable. So yeah, Robert, I think more money can help. It's good to have no money for certain periods of time, so that you can gather together, and it's so that's organic. But it is unique in today's terms of 2022, July 7, 2020, I believe today's date is. So it'll cost, if there's 8 billion people on the earth, it's going to cost between 50 and 55 cents from every person on the earth to do that type of a mission. As far as it's been quoted by Johns Hopkins University, they did the Enceladus Orbilander decadal concept. They pitched that to, I believe, to NASA or to the science community. So the Orbilander, they estimated to be $2.5 to $5.9 billion mission. But their mission includes 2 years in orbit around Enceladus, which isn't really necessary, and then a couple of years exploring the surface with a rover, which again also isn't necessary. So it can probably be trimmed down pretty much and get rid of most of the instruments, and just to have a straight out maybe 5 or 6 pods that are sent to the South Pole, where the stripes are of Enceladus. It may take a few years to get the a satellite there with the right equipment, but it could probably be done cheaper than the $3 billion. That's pretty interesting what you say there. The universe is also an infinite ocean. Think is only water, then void. Write more about that, Robert. I'd like to read some more of what you're saying there. I've read somewhere that in like a certain area, it may have been a galaxy somewhere, that there was trillions of times more water than there was on the Earth, just water vapor around this star or something like that. I forgot the context, but there are areas where there is trillions of times more water than there is on the Earth, confirmed. I'd like to. The universe is also an infinite ocean. This is only water, then void. I'll write that a few more times in a different way. if you can. Or if you've done any videos, or if you have any links, want to make a video, send me a link to one of your videos where you're explaining what you're talking about with the water in the throughout the universe. The universe is such and such. That sounds pretty interesting. I can add to that and say that the metaphysically there are a couple perspectives in the universe, and one of them is the unchanging void, and where nothing happens. There's no thought, there's no motion, but there is awareness and there is presence, but there's no ability for action. So that's the void. And then there is the fullness, or the soul, and that's an area where there's every gradation of happiness. And cool. Got some children too. Cool. Cool. So there's the void, or when you're without personality, there can be awareness, and that awareness is infinite and everywhere. And okay, and then so then there's the soul, and there's you can say there's many souls, and there's my soul and your soul, but if you expand out from that, zoom out from the personal soul, there's like a unified soul, and that encompasses everything. And so there's the fullness and there's the void. So there's the kind of the two sides of the one being. The one being includes the fullness and the void. And maybe on the edge between the fullness and the void is the material world, all the different minerals and particles and all the different forms throughout the universe. So you got just like a coin, you have one side, you got the other side, and then you got the edge. So the edge could be like the material world, and then the other side could be the fullness or the oneness, and then the void could be the one or the container. So in the area of on the side of the coin that is the fullness or the soul, then in that realm of soul, you can close off to the soul and experience more darkness, or you can open up to the soul and have more fullness and connection and oneness. So that's basically the universe as I see it. That's my model. But the coin always exists. The oneness, the one, and or the soul, the void, and the edge between the two. Yeah. Forever. Okay, Robert says, let's say I'm a fish in the ocean. My size is not important. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. How does that bring in the water or the liquid? I know that it's considered in maritime law that the Air Force and the space is still the domain of the Navy, because it is maritime. That kind of relates to that a little bit. There's a sponsors page here. there's a link to that. One of the viewers here has a brother named Cameron, and he developed a bunch of logos for the OceanCam website for use in Alana, however we choose to use them. So you can find out about Cameron on that sponsor page, as well as boat transport quotes. So they're both there. Check them out. Well, this talk about water and about all the other stuff has woken me up, everybody. You can understand the ocean if you're a fish in the ocean. I got you. How about this? What about there being water everywhere? I guess how does that come into play here? You know, there are some living things which can exist, can live in space. Trying to remember the name of them, but one of the recent satellites that crashed into the moon had a bunch of these on it, and they spilled all over the surface. Water bears, I think, was the name of it. Water bears, I think, is the name. So. All right, I'm gonna go stay live about another 15 minutes. Oh, fish is never thirsty, huh? Because he's in the water, huh? Huh. It's just that one pipe venting, huh? Okay, good stuff. You know, I have done some pressure washing with one of those pressure washers. You can spray down get some mold off the concrete and stuff like that. And when you first start up the motor on a pressure washer, the water comes out at a low pressure because there's so much air in it. So I wonder if any of this venting is getting some of the air out of the system, you know? Because when you're doing pressure washing, at least in the beginning, you got to have all the tubing flat so you can get all the air bubbles out of it, and then the pump can pressurize enough to put out a high pressure. It's been a lot of fun. I will, once this is over, also, I'll see if I can find the beginning of that conversation, and I'll put it in the description. They could be cooling it down first too, huh? Okay, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, maybe they will do a cryo or something like that, huh? Good stuff. Just one of many possible explanations that I was referring to. Robert says, we're all looking for something we can't understand because we're connected all the time with our body and the world, and then we cannot see the ocean. Huh. Huh. Well, I'm focused on like the actual, the liquid ocean that we see as liquid. But yeah, I believe everything is the ocean, but the ocean is the liquid that I'm focused on is from our perspective, the density of liquid that we call liquid for us here in these bodies. Good point, good point, Robert. There's there was a guy named Carlos Castaneda who was an author, also a shaman, and he would say that his teacher was Don Juan, and Don Juan would say that there's the knowable, there's the unknowable, there's the known, there's the unknown, or the knowable, the unknown and the unknowable, known, unknown, and unknowable. So the three, you can know something, you can, you know, knowable, unknowable, and unknown. Unknowable. There's three things there. The known, the unknown, and the unknowable. I think I got it right there. There's the known, there's the unknown, and the unknowable, or the so there's some things that you just can't figure them out. You know, can't know them. It's gonna be final. If you think this is a good spot to stop, let me know if this is not. If you think I should keep going, but. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. I'd love to continue the chat. You can type some stuff into type a message into the videos here, or send an email, and I'd be happy to chat some more. I think this is a good spot to stop. I will. What else am I gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna check the YouTube and see if there's comments and stuff like that, and to do some of that type of thing. So I'll look around the site here, see if there's anything else I can get some video of interesting, and see you next time. I think I will see if I can find the beginning of that conversation about the ocean and the interest and all that kind of stuff. So let me see. Might be a good spot. I'll put that in the description. All right, if something more exciting happens here, I will restart the live stream and get that if I'm still around. It's been a good day. Great. Okay. Signing off here. Ocean.space. Thank you. Sir Chris Kringle, really nice to spend time with you here. Good chatting. Wherever you are, whatever dimension you're watching from, wishing you the best.